some, it may be the legacy of fame or the luxury of fortune. But for many, if not most artists, I think they create because they have to. In the absence of creative endeavors, some broken part of their subconscious wells up and presses against other functions of the mind, disrupting them. This quickly becomes a curse as the desperate rattle of a painting or novel or album drowns out all other thoughts. Days or weeks are lost while plumbing the depths and branching ideas of possibilities. The torturous frustration as the clumsy body fails to recreate into reality the immaculate vision of the mind. But the highs, oh those highs, when art flows and you are a conduit for lightning, when knowledge, skills, and training finally align into a perfect focus, turning random, diffuse light into a hot, fast laser beam. This is the feeling of immortality, the feeling that seems to justify this brief, fragile existence. So open that release valve, just a little bit, and let the demons play for a while.
Good morning, everyone. And House Cat Draws, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you... Well, I'm guessing you've only seen the starting soon screen, but... I love the starting soon screen, thank you. I want to update it at some point, but it's been a while and it just kind of works. Good morning, Das. And good morning, Lesbian Avenger, Eko, Navy. I see an Iki, a Ruru. I see Snow. How is everyone doing this morning? Wait, I see Anywhere occur. Good morning to you as well, and thank you for redeeming the nothing button. I am sorry, but it does nothing. Lesbian Avenger, thank you for the hug. Alright, I gotta turn off the little description thing here. Close out of that. I spent more time on the sketches yesterday than I intended to. But this one definitely helped me figure out what I think how I want to do like the kind of casual macro stuff in the future. And ironically, it is by not focusing on it. Let's see, commissions, Echo, rooftops. Good day, Echo. Self-care sketches are important. I do try to get them in from time to time just to stop burnout. But today is going to be commission day because frankly doing what I can. Hi, Ruru. Yeah, someone was talking to me about the possibility of joining a D&D game, and I was just kind of like, I don't have the time. But after that, I got curious, and I threw together a schedule just to see how much time I actually have. This is my week. This isn't even including physical therapy, throwing it in. I've got like an hour of free time sometimes in the morning. I think like 2 hours in between stream and getting ready for work. Yeah, like 3 if I don't run stream late. And that's all the free time I typically have because donor streams tend to run late. And I have Sunday where I do like shopping and stuff. And I'm just like, where can I fit more commission time in here? Adult life is heckin' busy. I actually have a schedule. I just threw that together last night. Because I stream at the same time. Like, Mondays and Wednesdays, it's 9 till whenever. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, if I don't have physical therapy, it is 9 a.m. till 1 p.m. my time. I always start getting ready for my day job at 4. I leave at 5. I get home typically around 10:30 or 11, unless they send me home early. I go to sleep at midnight. I wake up at 6 or 6:30, somewhere in there. My alarm clock has a range on it. And then takes an hour for my medication to kick in the morning. So I have an hour to do stuff then. Then it's back to streams. Ironically, my streams are the only reason I have like a consistent schedule like that, is because I am a firm believer in having a consistent stream schedule. That way people know when you're streaming. But in doing so, everything else kind of fills in around it. Take your time. Schedule would be planning something and then falling asleep for 12 hours. Look, there's a reason my schedule has like a full hour of getting ready for work and like cooldown time in between waking up and streaming, and the cooldown time after stream before work. Especially like if you have ADHD or a lot of other neurodivergencies, you need to schedule yourself some like mode transition time. You're recommended to me by Jezza McLeod. Gonna catch my stream another time? Just pop in and say hi and add me to your little collection of cool Twitch artists. You agree about the personal sketch to avoid burnout? You do it too? Good. Gonna go back to your little busy game devs lesson. Alright. Hope lesson goes well. And I look forward to seeing you in the future. Consistent stream schedules are a rare thing, you'd say. Yeah, but I try to stick to it. That's why I have I start at 9 unless I forget to eat. And then I try to end at 1 unless it's the dono stream. Hi, Daku. Admittedly, you can work without transition time, but you feel like it's pretty significant cost. I know for me, a lot of the transition time ends up just being used for stream wrap-up anyway. Like, responding to all the messages that were sent to me during the stream, and sending out stuff, maybe uploading things to websites, stuff like that. You didn't realize I started so early, like the streams? Yeah, I start them at 9 a.m. my time. Because if I start them later, I don't have time to do them. Because I have to start getting ready for work at 4 p.m. So I run streams 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And it gives me a few hours in between to, get food, cut up donos I don't do donos on those days. To like export whatever I was doing, respond to people, spend a little bit of time with Serby. About 3 p.m. Irish time. That makes sense. I think the fact that I stream so early, being like mid-afternoon European, is why so much of my community is European. And how you doing today, Daku? Staying awake during the day, it's hard. And in the moment you touch bed and fall asleep, it gets so hard to get up from it. Once waking up, you feel like you want to sleep every day for a week. Dragon King 335, thank you so much for the follow. How you doing? It's a convenient time of 16 for you. I often stream sketches into the midnight. Sorry. Time zones are a pain. So I tend to take naps at the desk, otherwise you're gone. But yeah, today we are working on this, and we are going to continue avoiding working on the background as much as we can. That's just how art goes, right?
Oh no.
9, thank you so much for 23 months of subscription. How are you doing this morning? And yes, big dragon. We got a big Eko here. And a Des. I gotta finish putting marks onto Eko, and then I can start inking deaths. Wait, did I forget? I did. Yes, you're supposed to have little you need your ear. I think on Echo, I just need to do like the stomach scales. I might redo these a bit to give them more depth. Oh, I got the arm ones are missing too. Get inked, nerd. Morning, Des. I don't remember if I said it, but I asked Jesse to call you to wake you up, and it always ends on you hanging the call, doing grumpy noises while hugging the pillow, passing out. Real. Yeah, let's for one get up our references. The EP song when laying on bed, it gives a boost. Hi, Shrooby. So annoyed One Shot Music isn't on YouTube. It's not? It used to be. Oh, really? They took it down? I wonder why. Yeah, I had listened to it on there at one point. Because, well, frankly, One Shot has good music. My halo is dripping. You think it has a leak? That's normal. I do need to do a better animation on it, though. But I plan on redoing the entire Sphinx model at some point. I think the next model I'm going to be working on, though, like, and actually doing, is, is Anther Dragon. Because I kind of want to try just using the Anther Dragon as my main Sona for a little bit, just to see how it feels. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty well. I got to chat with several wonderful beings this morning. Barely pops in. Hi, Orca. How's it going? Woken up by... Oh. I am very sorry to hear that, Orca. I hope it's not too bad, and I hope it recovers sooner rather than later. Probably be fine by tomorrow. Just start. That's understandable. Good morning, Gem of Gems, and good morning, Turga. Someday we'll get to the stack overflow. I think we tested it out in Sammy, and that's very difficult to do. Because the first day I put in the this redeem does nothing. Instead of adding 1 point to it, it just doubled it each time. And within one day, it got to the point nobody could afford it. And then at that point, we were just like, let's see how far it can go. And I just manually kept doing it. And it went for quite a while. But also, that's a lot of tail you stole. I am amazing. So are you, Ruru. I appreciate it, though. You have a question about my ink pen? Yeah, what's up? Keep getting the urge to stream your drawing too, but you keep getting distracted. Oh, where are you gonna draw it? Or where are you gonna stream it? Like, are you just gonna boot up Twitch stream? Or are you doing it on, like, your Discord server or something? Need to adjust those lines there. Oh, you mean like my actual dip pens? I normally just use like a standard cardstock. They do make special paper for it, but if you use like printer paper, it's gonna bleed everywhere. If you use sketchbook paper that has hacking brain. If you use sketchbook paper that has like a really rough texture, all that loose grain is going to get caught in the tip of the pen, because yeah, here's an image of it. Because you mean like this style pen, right? I would say that there are special papers for it that you can get. I just use standard cardstock. I do not recommend printer paper, as the ink will feather out. Basically, it'll just, as soon as the ink hits the page, it'll bleed a bit in all directions. I don't recommend personally like standard sketchbook paper that has like the rough texture. That rough texture works really well for pencils and stuff, but it's just gonna get caught in the tip of the nib pen here, because an ink nib pen, it's messy here, so you can't see it very clearly. The tips here actually spread apart, and that's how the ink is sent in. So when you lift up the pen, they come back together, and they will grab fibers from the page if you're using a rough paper like that. Because they kind of like spread apart like that. So yeah, just like, you can pick some up at Walmart. You can order them from Amazon. This is just what I'm using right now. $14 for 250 sheets. It's more expensive than printer paper, but is my preferred medium to work in. Almost all of my traditional art is just done on white cardstock. Whether it's pencils, markers, ink. I just like working on cardstock. Yeah, they do make special paper that is made for inks and markers. It's very thin, but it's nothing will bleed through it. That can be useful for people. I did not learn to draw on it, and it's a very different feel. So I struggle with it at times. So I just tend to stick to cardstock because I know how it works. Appreciate the information. Yeah, no problem. See your horrible, quaint, and terrible old art on Art Fight. You can also see some of my early, I'm not going to call it terrible, but you can see some of my early art on Art Fight too. Well, it's not even early art. It's like 5 years ago. Squints? Wait, why am I being squinted at? Make Eko look so handsome. Good. I generally don't know what I'm being squinted at for this time. I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing, Partridge? Like, this one was from my first year of Art Fight. Got the eye just kind of drifting down the face. And just overall, it's just very rough. But fun fact, I absolutely hated digital art at that point. All the way up to through 2018 and early 2019, I hated doing digital art. I was adamant, just like, nope, I'm just gonna traditional. Gonna prove that I can do in traditional what other people do in digital. What ended up making the difference was getting my current tablet. Back then, I was trying to draw on a Surface Pro, which had a tiny screen, was relatively slow, and everything had to be done on that single monitor. But getting this one, hooking it up to my desk, it is a 20-inch display compared to like the 11 something inch display on the Surface Pro. The pen just feels so much nicer because the proprietary N-Trig drivers that the Surface Pro uses unfortunately aren't that good, and it had a really bad issue of if your hand, like if you accidentally, not even accidentally, but if you rested your hand on the tablet instead of doing this, you would get a line that would basically just do this. Because what would happen is the pen in those had a neat feature where it would let me just kind of palm rejection issues. So in a tablet pen, the tip is down here. The tip is here. That's what actually touches the paper. And technically you've got parallax because there's also like some glass on the screen. But the actual sensor of the pen is back like around here-ish. So it where it's actually hovering above the screen is offset from where the tip of the pen is. What the Surface Pro pens did was detect the angle of the pen and compensate for that. So where a lot of pens will still have the cursor kind of offset from the actual tip of the pen, the Surface Pros were really good about having it one-on-one with this. But the problem is, if your hand was touching it for whatever reason, that would intermittently stop working, so it would jump between the two sensor locations and give you extremely wobbly lines. And it was infuriating. Welcome as a single word triggers the automod? There's nothing in the automod queue. Abstraction 06 was silent. I think it was just really quiet. All the songs that are just like numbers, like 06, 03, and whatnot, they're very quiet ambient tracks from the album called Moments of Silence. I'm curious, can you send me a screenshot of what the message was, Turga? And can someone else, because you're a VIP at that, can someone else try typing a message with Wacom in it? I'm actually going to take a moment to step away as well. I'll be right back. Blocked. Interesting. I'll look at that after I get back. Okay, I'm back.
I told you what it costs.
Got hit by Tom again.
A lot of hype up black people give you that money.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but... let me see if I can take a quick glance at some of the auto mod stuff that is in there is one that I got from a fellow streamer that has an accumulated list of stuff to block from spammers.
A lot of hype up black people give you that money, you spend it. Pimp.
Okay, yeah, there's one in here that is just asterisk calm. That would do it. Alright. There we go. It should be fine now. We like your Cintiq Pro 16. The 16-inch display really hurts the UI of a lot of our programs. Yeah, that was an issue I had with the Surface Pro as well. Actually, I'm curious. Hold on. It's heckin' dusty. This thing's just been sitting hooked up to the router for a while because I sometimes use it as a very low-powered, like, little server-esque thing where if I just want something running in the background, because it's a silent machine, it doesn't have any fans in it, which is probably why it has slowed down so much over the years, because it's all passive cooling, and the case I have it in doesn't help with it. I do have Clip Studio on here. It probably won't launch because I probably haven't updated the license on it. No, it does launch. Huh, neat. All this still works. But yeah, when I was, this is a touchscreen display on the little Surface Pro here. And you know how a lot of like iPads and stuff, you could use your fingers to move the canvas and like undo, redo, and stuff like that. I installed a little thing that let me disable the driver for it. Just it put a little thing in the taskbar that would enable and disable the touchscreen drivers, so I could turn it off while drawing, so I wouldn't have that issue as much. Because the palm rejection was not great. I feel like this is already better than it used to be. You guys can't see it yet, but how do I take a screenshot of this thing again? I think it's like powering down. Nope. Is it powering up? No. And it shut down. Okay, yeah, never mind. Also, it's not turning back on. Hecking. There's a reason I don't use this thing anymore. I used this thing for years as like my go-to digital drawing device. Wait, it's not even completely shut off. The keyboard lights are still on. What are you doing? Maybe a firmware update? Like, the thing is, this thing is from like 2016 or something. There we go. I got it to shut off properly, so now it can start up. Anyway, let's set this off to the side. As I knock things over, stop falling, please. I've actually got a few streams without knocking stuff off. Hi, Grimfox. How's it going? Your preferred software for drawing only partially updated for modern DPI scaling? Good. I've been pretty good. I have... Sorry, my brain got caught in a loop there. There's been a lot going on. But I'm doing pretty well right now. I do need to get around to doing more art fight attacks, though. You had hilarious idea for some Sierra art? When there's a DPI situation, what phases? No, that's what it was. I think that's what I... No, that can't be it. No, what I remember with multiple displays on that thing was when you move something between screens, because the DPI on the Surface Pro is so high, you moved it to your other display and it looked super out of scale until you actually dropped it, then it resized itself. And sometimes that would cause issues, but normally it was fine. What the latest... You still recognize me? We couldn't recognize you. Clearly I look different after transition. Clearly. And it's not just that the The face recognition on this thing was never great. Imagine Sierra when she gets turned into her giant dragon form, using a normal-sized art tablet. They're just holding it carefully between two fingers. I've drawn something like that before. You are plugged in. How are you already at, like, 48% battery? This PC doesn't meet the minimum system requirements to run Windows 11. Oh no. Whatever will I do? And it froze. Windows 11 is crap. Yeah, I've heard that a lot. And I'm just kind of squinting at Microsoft with their little page that says, ending Windows 10 support in October 2025. And I'm just like, well, you better hecking make the supported operating system good before then. I'm actually kind of surprised this thing is so even receiving updates, but it is, surprisingly. What was the gesture for getting rid of Windows? I don't remember. As much as I don't like my iPad, I've gotten used to the iPad gestures. Whenever you see that message, you're like, that sounds like a you problem, Microsoft. Good chance they will go back on that decision given how many people won't switch over. What you want to see at some point is enough software support on Linux so people actually think about switching instead of upgrade. I want to poke at Linux again, but I want to do it on a separate machine from my work machine. Am I getting a call? Yes, Walgreens, I know I need to pick up my prescription. I'll do that later. Windows now noticing that Windows 11 will be a repeat of Windows 8 is already porting some of their Windows 11 spyware down to Windows 10, putting on PCs via updates. Rude. Let's let me go check the thing in memes. But good, the old thing is finally charged. Oh, oh no! Alright. Look, at least the Surface Pro has been running. I have a laptop in my closet that's even older that has like 2 gigabytes of RAM. That I think I have a Linux distro on it. It's either got 2 gigabytes or 4 gigabytes for RAM. It's old. But it still works. It is big and clunky though. Like one of the old Dell laptops. Old computers are perfect candidates for Linux. That's why I have it. Yeah, I think it's one of these ones. If not, like it's pretty close to this. It has this kind of general vibe with like this button layout. It has a little pop outside tray, indicator lights were there, and all that. Just had this era of look to it. I don't remember if it was actually 4.3 like this one is. Windows XP or 7 originally installed? It was Vista, I think, actually. Now I'm curious. I gotta pack all this stuff back up with. I don't know what this box is. Still annoyed that I'm being forced to move when I'm not allowed to actually help with the moving at all. Fucking 10-pound limit. Activity tracking. Thank you, Snow. I did not know that was pushed back to Windows 10. I would be more tempted to try Windows or to try Linux again if I knew that like most of the applications I use for streaming supported it. For streaming and art. I love the idea of Linux. But my stream is my primary source of income. So I need to be able to reliably count on that to work. Okay. What do you mean by quote unquote working? Though I am pretty sure. Let me double check something. So I know like Linux support was mentioned, but it sounds like is something they had to learn. To connect to the avatars. Well, the problem is one of the problems is that Landy has straight up said that LandyTube doesn't work on Linux. Landy is working on getting it working on Linux, but I guess some of the programming in it relies on Windows programming, likely the file systems and such. I don't think my tablet has drivers for Linux. I don't think Clip Studio works on Linux. I know OBS does. And I'm sure there is some sort of drive pooling application I could use for pooling my hard drives. Hold on, let me just take a look. Let's see. Huion Canvas Pro 2019 Linux. Yes, Huion offers Linux drivers for the following tablet models. Let's check. Oh yeah. Huion Canvas Pro 2019. It looks like currently Huion devices only support Ubuntu. I don't know enough about Linux to know if like that can be worked around or if that actually is how that works. But yes, Sammy not working on Linux is a big issue because I rely a lot on Sammy. Um, official. Okay, that makes sense. OpenTabletDriver.net. Interesting. What do you mean? Looking at this list, and I'm like, I just got curious because someone had recommended this on like a thing on a Reddit post. And it's just like, got the 12, the 13, the 16, the 16, 20, 21 model, the 20, 22 pluses, Pro 13, Pro 16, Pro 24. Where is the Pro 20? Will this work for it? Will one of these work for it? I don't know. It has so many, but not the one that I have. Getting software and games running through emulation translation layers. Zero slash. I don't know. Hey Kenku. But yeah. I guess my hesitation about like running art programs and stuff through emulation is like running digital art already runs through layers of simulation where like it has to translate it artificially translates the pressure and such, so it's not as accurate as if I were doing it by hand on paper. And adding another layer of that, of like translation, just feels like it would make it even less accurate. I don't know if it actually would, but it feels like it would. What do I use? I use the Huion Canvas Pro 2019 is the full model name. Because apparently the 2019 version is different from the other Huion Canvas Pro 20. It has its own separate drivers and such. For art, I use Clip Studio Paint. For streaming, I use, well, it's OBS. Automation, I use Sammy. I use the Stream Decks. I use my Torbox. Oh, does the Torbox have Linux support? Software. No. It's only got Windows and Mac. And that's is a niche little hardware thing. Zero slash, let me add you to the queue real quick. You did it while I was off stream, so it didn't do it automatically. What's the thing? It is a little it's basically just a little controller that I use with my left hand that has a lot of functionality in it. but I've gotten very used to it, and it's... But because it is an expensive thing, I had purchased it on the Kickstarter, so I got like $100 off, but it's still expensive. Not many people use it, I imagine, so I don't imagine there's going to be a lot of rush to make, like, people to make their own drivers for it, or software for it. So I wonder if that something like that could be run through emulation. Maybe? But yeah, let me add you to local queue. 0/. I need to add you to the cooldown. You submitted on, what day was it? July 11th, 2024. I am not a minor.
The worst thing you can do is rush through something and then take 3 times as long as you need to because you have to troubleshoot all these weird issues.
So I'm a little concerned why that's your first question when you come in.
Whether your workmanship is good.
All right. You go away.
Take your time and really enjoy the process as much as you can, and try to make the product as perfect as you can. Then you'll be able to rely on this thing for years to come.
I think USB APIs are supported in Wine. It's more the software that I was concerned about, because the software... The thing about the Torbox is that it has a lot of stuff in it where you can program in how strong the vibration gives for haptic feedback, and how often, like when you scroll the wheel, it can either do it
Then you'll be able to rely on this thing for years.
every click for like super fast clicking down, or like every third, so it feels like a slower thing. Allows for more precision, and programming in, like if you're holding this button and then press, it swaps to a whole different button set, including the dials. It's just that it looks like it has like, I don't know, 16 buttons on it, but it's got more around, like you can program in like 40 different things on it. And hello Nova X Jewel, how you doing today? Maybe an unofficial driver for Torbox, but it's not going to be extensive. Yeah, it's like these are the things where it's just like, I like the idea of Linux, but I just don't think there is enough support for the things that I need to try using it as my primary machine. And right now, I don't really have a secondary machine. I would love to build a second computer at some point, even if, like... Even if I just use it for like certain things. Like at one point it'd be nice to have one that I can just use for just like rendering and uploading stuff. That way I'm not using up all the CPU power on my primary machine. You're doing art fight? Nice. I am attempting to do art fight. I haven't gotten many attacks in. Thoughts on dual booting? I haven't tried dual booting in years, and I'm a little terrified. Like, I know it's a very small chance, but I'm just terrified that it's just like I'm going to attempt to set it up and I'm gonna break something. Though, in all honesty, I have been partially tempted to do kind of like a fresh install on Windows anyway, so if I do that, I might see about dual booting from the get-go. Windows in the past has disliked dual booting. I haven't done it since like 2012-ish, maybe 2014. That's like 10 years ago, so... I think it's better to dual boot on a new system build or by using separate drives so you can unplug the drive you want to... The thing is, I've got like 8 different hard drives in my PC right now. Oh, speaking of hard drives, I remember seeing that my C drive was almost full. I gotta move some of those OBS files over to my hard drives. I should tell it to do that, otherwise I'm likely to run out of storage space midstream. Got 3 gigabytes left on my C drive because of all the OBS files. Let me tell it to do that real quick. Uh, 2024. Error sounds. That was the sound of like, hey, you need administrator access to open this file. Move those there. Those there. I heckin' love... I heckin' love SSD speeds. They can move so much, so quickly. Just gonna wait for this to finish. But like taking about 3 seconds per gigabyte, when in my brain, I still expect it to take old like hard drive speeds. iPad Wolf, where you bought a Dell PC without looking closely, ended up with HHD instead of SSD. Yes, I did. I saw that one. I don't remember what the, like, I don't remember the rest of the video, but you saying that, yeah, I remember that. You keep working very separate. I want to do it. I kind of want to do a dual boot to separate out personal and work stuff. It's like personal and streaming stuff. But I just, that is something I'll have to do when I, if I ever do like a fresh install. A horror story video about the oh, right. Was that? Yeah, I remember now. Okay, we have transferred all those files. I think. No, why are there still? I must have not selected these ones. $80 GB of data to an external USB hard drive took about half an hour. Oh goodness, USB speeds. Well, and it was a hard drive, so. Okay, and then this one's from today. Oh, I hope that didn't break anything. I may have accidentally split up today's file into two different ones because I accidentally dragged that one over as well. Whoops. But anyway, in that time, I was able to move 90 GB, so that took, I don't know, what, a minute? Well, probably a few minutes, but still. Yeah, now it will take its time to move them from the SSD to the actual hard drives. The way it works is I have my C drive separate. It's on like an NVMe. Then I have a drive pool of a couple different drives with several hard drives and one SSD in it. Anytime I move stuff to the drive pool, it all moves to the SSD first, just for transfer speed. And then once it's all moved over, it will start shifting it over to the hard drives for long-term storage. My folder that holds all of my OBS recordings is 4 terabytes large. Tried an external SSD, but ended up failing, was later involved in a lawsuit. I have an external NVMe drive in a housing. Like, I bought them separately. It's just a housing that you can put an NVMe drive in, and it has high speed, like it has the high speed USB-C thing on it. And if I plug it into the right port on my computer, it transfers very quickly. Not as quickly as NVMe to NVMe, but a lot quicker than any of my standard flash drives and such. Then I've got this hacking thing. Not far off. Oh, so you also keep every single recording. Good, I'm not the only one. So many of the streamers I know don't even keep local... You know, that honestly makes sense, seeing as you're the one that helped me set up my, You're the one that helped me set up so much of my stream stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. Just show me... heck. Yeah, I thought that might be the case. So yeah, this is... I don't know how I've managed to keep this flash drive for so long. I did not buy this flash drive. I think I randomly found it somewhere when I was in like high school or something. So probably around 2010 or so. But it opens up, like it slides out, the cap folds around onto the back and then clicks into place. And it makes for an amazing fidget toy. Long before fidget toys were a thing. It only has 2 gigabytes on it. And somehow I still have it. I have not lost, or I have lost this thing many times, but I always find it. There are so many flash drives I've had that have just disappeared, never to be seen again, but this one always shows up. And I'm just like, okay. I still use it from time to time, but it's slow as heck. It's heckin' USB 2.0. Only 2 gigabytes of storage. The files on it currently are when I snuck onto Serbi's computer and I had secretly made textures for their VR chat model, and I snuck onto their computer and applied it to the model and uploaded it to their VR chat for them as a surprise. Because I technically have permission to use their computer. They've told me that they don't care. And I don't care if they get into mine, though. I don't think they would ever have any purpose of doing so. We're not one of those couples where we don't allow each other to see each other's phones or computers and such. But yeah, so I snuck on, did that, and like 3 days later, they must have opened up Unity because I just heard them shout, "You little sneak!" from their room while I was streaming. That was fun. That flash drive is my familiar. No. Of all things to be a familiar. I've actually had to super glue this thing back together before because it's a fairly cheap flash drive and the blue casing on it was coming apart because it's heckin' old. And when I did, it caused the sliding, like some of the super glue got into the sliding mechanism, and it didn't want to actually slide around for quite a while. It was only through like a few more years of fidgeting with it that it now slides. The remnant flash drive? Okay, yeah, that one I'll believe. But yeah, you can see how scuffed up this thing is from over the years. Looks at Ria's phone. Sees an alarm for 7, 7:05, 7:10, 7:15, etc. to take ADHD meds. Wrong. You know what I have instead of alarms? Trying to not just get the glare of the light in the background. I use pill organizers. I've had people tell me that they don't want to use pill organizers because it makes them feel old. And I'm just like, I have ADHD. I've been using pill organizers since I was like 18. I used to use one that only had one slot per day because I only took my ADHD medication. But now currently I take my ADHD medication, a Spiro, the one pain medication, and then a nerve medication in the morning, a nerve medication and Spiro in the afternoon, and then a nerve medication and progesterone in the evening. So I just heckin' went and bought one that has different ones for each day with a morning, midday, and night. And this is how I keep track of my medication. I just look over, it's like, have I taken the medication for this part of the day yet? Now, as you can see here, I have taken my morning medication. I will take this one later, and I'll take this one before I go to bed. No, I've only got 2 alarms on my phone. I have my waking up alarm that does its best to track my sleep state, and anywhere between 6 and 6:30 will wake me up. And then I have a second one. I technically have more, but I only used to. The second one is just called timed nap. It is just a simple... It's what I use to... Anytime I want to take a nap, I just set a time on it. I've gotten much better at waking up than I used to be. In the past, I've needed to do things like... When I wake up, my alarm goes off, and it won't... I can't turn the alarm off until I go and scan a QR code that's like in the bathroom or something. But now it's just, it turns on, it starts quiet, it vibrates my watch, and I think it actually vibrates my watch first, and then the music comes on. And then it slowly gets louder until I wake up. Hi, sis. Also, I do need to step away real quick. Unfortunately. I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry, I have returned. Squints at Sigil. Alright, now, we have gotten very little art done, but we're going to get a little bit more. This is going to be an interesting thing to attempt, like, to figure out how I'm going to do this coloring here. Because I don't normally do backgrounds, I don't normally draw things that are both in front of and behind an object. So, I'll have to see how Actually, no, I have an idea. Because something I can do... I can just do this when coloring and swap that so color can only go up to that line and not fill it. Yeah, I think that is something that I can definitely keep in mind for that. Okay, I think I've got all the markings on Eko now. I do kind of look forward to getting to experiment with the blue glow on Eko. Did I add the marking? Yeah, okay, the horns have their marks. The wings have their yeah, the rough sheet, this should be here. And I wanted to bump up the depth of the scales on the legs. I'll do that next. Then we can start inking deaths, and I can continue to the best of my ability, ignoring the background. I am going to put as much detail as I can into this building. And then everything else will be very vague cityscape. Hey, Suriva. Suriva. Hey, sir. Oh, come on, brain. My brain's just like, no, you get to pronounce it correctly, or you get to say it naturally. Not both. Hey, Suriva. There we go. Suriva. Is the emphasis on the first syllable or the second? Three. You have no idea. Alright, so is it like Suriva or Suriva? One or two? Think second, Suriva? Okay. Two. Got it. Suriva. Oh yeah, then I've been pronouncing it way wrong. Oops. No. I said I needed to do the scales. Do the scale thingies. Just add a little bit of depth to them. They looked a bit flat, and I didn't quite like that. I know, I've made you guys wait a long time for this one. I want it to look good. That's the difficulty with an entirely made-up name? No, that's fair. Like, that's understandable. Also, I didn't know it was entirely made up. Neat. Never correcting people mispronouncing your name. I'll text to... Anther Dragon, go ahead and use they them. If it is on something like alt text, there's no opportunity to explain it to people. So just use they them. Hi Ruru. Ruru, I am going to drag you into call. Not today. Because I don't have any way of doing it today. Why void for pronouns? So basically, I'm non-binary. As I have figured stuff out more, I have realized that I'm not like full trans femme. So still femme leaning. So she doesn't always feel right for me. But due to my past, I personally hate they them. Okay, hate's not the right word. I don't like they them for me. A lot of it's just due to my history as like a manager and stuff, but it's just like the way I kind of explained how my brain worked with it was trans femmes, they get she her to feel affirming to them. Trans masks, they get he him that feels affirming to them. Non-binaries, well, I used both they and them for each of the other categories, so they them isn't really non-binary, it is just a catch-all, and it doesn't, to me, because of that, it doesn't feel affirming. It doesn't, because like it really hit me the one day I was at work, and my manager, who I told I was trans and such, and that I went by she, they, I heard my manager say to someone else, hey, go help her out in the trailer, because it was when I had bronchitis and I was struggling to keep up. But it kind of hit me overhearing that. It's like, cool. Cool. He used she for me, and it made me feel happy. But it also kind of made me think back to, or think, if he had said, go help them out in the trailer, it would feel less like it was an intentional thing, and it would feel more like, oh, I don't know who's in that trailer, I just see that it's backed up, go help them out, whoever it is. So, they, them doesn't feel like it is intentional most times to me, and I like having, I wanted something that could be specific to me but still not gendered. And frankly, as a manager, I spent years using they, them to strip away identity. When someone messed up, did something wrong, and you needed to use that as an example, you didn't use gendered pronouns. You wanted to keep it as anonymous as possible. So you would say, they messed up. You wouldn't say, like, he did this or she did this. You would say they. If I had to send out a safety report, you always kept it anonymous. Like, package handler was not watching where they were going and misstepped off the dock and they fell or something like that, it strips away identity, and it just caused my brain to not like they them for me. It feels like it takes away rather than adds. So like a year or two ago, when someone had sent me the pronoun joust that was going on I think it was Mastodon, I was looking at all the neopronouns. Like, I cannot ever see myself using neopronouns, but if I ever did, I could vibe with the void ones. And it was just kind of a little thing that sat in the back of my brain forever. It's just like, yeah, no, I'm never gonna use them. I kind of like those ones though. But when it kind of clicked, it's like, that's why they them feels off to me. So I eventually just kind of like, I'm gonna give this a shot, see how I feel about it. It is something gender neutral, but still intentional when used. But it's also optional. If people, I know not everyone likes neopronouns. I do not have any plans on using them in my IRL life, because frankly, that's not something I want to just have to explain constantly. So she, they is still an option, but void is also an option as an option to refer to me as. Be fair, for some like yourself, the stripping of identity is a feature, not a bug. And that is fair. For me, is a bit different. I am also of the mindset that for me, all of this is for me. If anyone else relates to it, that's cool. If you prefer they them, that's also cool. I don't have a problem with they them on anyone else. This is all just for me. But it's like, if I am specifically going to find the pronouns that feel best for me, and instead of what I am given, if I'm just kind of it's like, well, he, him doesn't work for me, she, her doesn't work for me, then they, them is all that's left, and it is like a pronoun of elimination. So it's like, here you go. Nothing else works for you, so you get this instead. And it's like, it kind of felt like just still being just handed something instead of like finding what I wanted. Void has a specific, usually negative meaning? I don't know. I saw it and I was like, it just, I don't know, I just liked it. It's almost like, I don't, like, void is normally like an absence of stuff, and I don't super strong lean either way in gender, and so it's just like, normally if you're calling something a void is not a good thing. Huh. I don't know. For me, it's just like, I don't know, it's kind of just, oh, my brain has stopped because anxiety. I'm trying to get better about not panicking when explaining this stuff. But brain does what brain does. You preferred they, them over she, her for a while because time she, her still felt odd. It's a point where you noticed you started to dislike they, them for you, and she, her had started to feel... There. Yeah, like... I don't know. I don't know a lot of things. This is just... I saw it and I was just like... I liked it. It sat in the back of my brain for a while. So when I did try it, it was like... When I did decide I want to give neo-pronouns a shot, I went with the ones that kind of sat in my brain for a while. Because most of them I looked at, I was like, I don't like those, I don't like those. I saw that one, was just like, kind of like that one. I could vibe with it. I wasn't planning on using it publicly for a while, but then someone said it in chat and got other people to ask, and I'm just like, well, I guess I'm doing this. And I don't know, I since then, I like them. They are optional. If you want to use them, you can. If you don't want to use them, she, they still works. You have they set in your Twitch extensions for a few reasons. You don't mind it at all. And because Amara is your most active OC at the moment, and female people have had habit of trying to use feminine pronouns when referring to you. You have a separation of self between you and Amara, so you prefer they when referring to the Orca, Tavares, Amara complex. Okay. Didn't mean to give anxiety. It's... It's not so much you as just talking about this stuff gives me anxiety, because I'm so used to, like, I've had so many experiences of probably when I was younger that of like talking about this kind of stuff having such a negative reaction from people. Probably my parents, honestly. Trying to explain things just getting shut down and like being told no, you're wrong. So it is just ingrained in my brain, and I'm trying to get over it. It's hard. Your disapproval. I'm glad, Ruru. I appreciate that, Des. I don't know, it's one of those things where I know neo-pronouns are something especially that I definitely didn't understand why anyone would use them until that whole little event where I was just rambling to my sister on the drive home from work. And I know a lot of other people don't really get them as well, or just see them as a joke. So I always worry that people, I'll try to explain it, people are going to, or like I'll say that I use those and people are just gonna be like, oh, it's one of those people. I'm just like, just don't like they, them for me. If you don't like it, just use she. It's fine. I am fine with like they as a secondary thing, just not as like the main pronoun. Just difficult for yourself when you feel like doing so imposes burdens on others. Yeah, that's definitely a part of it. Like there was someone that was saying that they wanted to do it, and anytime, but would also very regularly complain about neo pronouns after, like, they'd be like, they would try it when I showed up, they'd try it once or twice, stumble over it, give up, get frustrated, revert to just saying Sierra instead of any pronouns, and then kind of go on a ramble about why they don't like neopronouns, but then also insist, like, no, I don't like neopronouns, but it's something you want, so I will do it. And I'm just like, please, if this is gonna have us be, just use she. Hi, sis. If you're talking, I can't hear you.
Hello. Oh, I couldn't hear you for a second.
Hi.
Hello.
Don't really mind the pronouns people use for you, but if you found it more valuable, you might have done something similar, to be honest. Starting to realize you may be more non-binary than you thought. Yeah, I don't super identify either way, so I'm just kind of here in the middle in kind of a I am me. That's what I am. I am me.
I probably won't stay here super long because I'm still under the weather, but I wanted to come and shoot love beams at you and tell you you're fine the way you are. We all appreciate you being yourself. What?
I can hear the sick.
No. I feel like a butt.
Please take care of yourself. And
I will.
Thank you.
Oh, you sounded anxious on here and I wanted to come check on you. I saw a door.
Anxious is probably a correct term, but that's just because my brain is being defensive.
What's your brain mean?
It thinks it's in a worse situation than it actually is, and so it does what it thinks is protecting me. And basically telling me to stop talking, be quiet, and avoid any attention. Go into the corner of the room where just hide as best as you can while being 6'4".
You mean like when you sit on the couch and you stick to the corner and you pull your hoodie up a little bit and you hide like towards your knees and try and look at your phone and hope nobody pays attention to you?
Yes.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about, but I was gonna say, I like your pronouns. They express better who you are than the traditional ones that people understand. And I'm sorry people are mean about them, but it makes me happy when you're you, and I feel like everyone else here really likes it when you're yourself too.
The thing is, I haven't had anyone actually be mean about it. Like, not intentionally so, at least. Like, I've had that one person that I was talking about be extremely frustrating about it, but I don't think they're intending to cause any harm. But,
that's fair, but still, shooting you with my low-powered affection beams.
My brain is still just expecting is prepped for a nuclear explosion at any given time I try to explain it.
Fair. Also, I was told to pass on a hello from Foxyful.
Oh, hi Foxyful. Yeah, I think my parents just sometimes had very disproportionate reactions to things, and that still just is ingrained in me.
I get that. That's why I sometimes get afraid to tell Foxbird things, and then Foxbird's like, why didn't you tell me sooner? And I was like, I was afraid of how you'd react, and Faye were like, why would I react badly? You're talking to me. And I'm like, oh, brains don't work functionally.
Brains are brains, and brains try their best, but
gosh, are they silly?
They're like Sal's nanites. They can learn stuff not realize that it's only applicable in very specific situations, and then just try to apply it all the times that it shouldn't.
Yeah. Oh, one of those hugs is for Meatloaf. Why don't you get your tail downstairs and just hug me yourself? Actually, not really. You're sick up there too, and you should be resting.
So should you, sis.
I should
appre-
be.
I appreciate you poking on, but I don't want you to strain your throat more.
If I was strained, I would stop. I promise.
Okay?
I care about you.
I care
I
about
will-
you too. Sorry, I was drinking something.
How dare you hydrate properly and take care of your body? I should probably hydrate
I
and
mean-
take my morning meds.
I was gonna say, if that's your concern, I can ease that worry by saying it's like, or sorry, how is that supposed to go? Well, if me taking care of myself is an issue, don't worry. I've been very good about not doing so over the past many years.
God, that's the mood. Oh, I've had soup 2 meals in a row. I've got so much effing soup. I got so much soup that in my playthrough of Chicory, my name is Soup.
Still getting those reactions not being taken seriously when talking about something serious. Yeah, gosh, like one of the ones that's just ingrained in my head, especially from when I was younger, was when I was around 18 and trying to prep for moving out on my own, because I was hecking moving to a different state and stuff. Wellness check? I shall do that. Let me stretch.
Does that include a plank?
Normally, yes, but right now, because of conversations, I'm not doing that.
Okay. I will remind you to do a plank later.
Okay.
Because I'm evil.
But yeah, one of the things I had asked was questions about build, like what to expect for builds, like for example, hey, what is our average power bill? And when I asked that, I got such a negative reaction and told that it was none of my business, and that I didn't need to know that. So I had no idea going out to rent on my first time. Is like, okay, do I expect a power bill to be like $20, $80, $120? And it's like, my mom was reacting based on a previous interaction, but the thing is that the previous interaction had been my older sister, not me, and my mom had been mixing it up.
Oh, I hate when emotions towards one sibling leaks over onto the other.
Because apparently my sister had been, for whatever reason, asking for that kind of information for reasons other than just needing the info. And so I just, it's stuff like that growing up that just any little thing could get such a negative reaction that trying something that is out of the ordinary, especially when my parents did not like me branching out of what is expected, like whether that be gender roles, socializing, activities, etc. My parents expected me to, like, to be proper, I guess.
No,
You're afraid of your parents in that way too? My parents tried their best. and I am still on pretty good terms with them. I still visit them at least once a year, and they have recognized a lot of the mistakes they did when I was younger and have tried to learn from that. And they try their best to, like, be better. But it's like, stuff still happened, and it's still, my brain is still affected from it. I really need to get into therapy again so I can, these scales just aren't looking good. Hold on. Let's just give them a bit of a sharp angle again. I think that did end up looking better. And what was that, sis?
I gotta hop off to go do self-care, but I love you lots, and I will be lurking in the background if I am conscious.
Okay. Yes, please do your self-care.
You also do it.
I am streaming.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
You are streaming.
Disproportionate response to something that should be innocent in your mind will mess you up bad. Father had a clear path he wanted you to take and got very upset when you didn't. Who's gonna be the next guest on the podcast? Unless Ruru wants to hop on, I don't really have anyone else that really could hop on. I don't think Ruru's, like, I don't think today's a day that Ruru plans on hopping on. You're just being silly anyway? That's fair. You know what? Just undo all of this. Why did it turn blue? We're just gonna do this for now to give that a bit of just a little bit of simple height. Bites the Sierra gently. Oh my gosh, Des. Sorry, I just saw the run as administrator meme. did not mean to get into so much like of that kind of conversation, but here we are. This is just what happens on these streams. I think the joke is how many IT admins are furries. That's how I read it, at least. Feeling I'm doing alright. Anxiety has calmed down a fair bit. I apologize if I have scared anyone off. Who was it that? Oh, that's right. Random shot in the dark. Is Seppi Snake in the chat? I don't see Seppi in the viewer list. Okay, never mind then. Is either life stuff or lore. It's interesting how your brain works sometimes. Work yesterday, you had ancient tree build, physical problem. Meanwhile, your subconscious got to work on a mental problem at the same time. I on the note of stuff, I do still struggle to talk about things at times, but I will say I am significantly better at it now than I used to be. Where else did I change stuff? Add the spikes to arms, I think. That's about it for that. Oh, yeah, that's a... socializing tonight. I have different issues on, like, I have struggles with both, but each one has its own different unique issue. Mega pressure overload. Oh, you guys managed to pull it off twice. It just dawned on me. I'm gonna have to try to figure out how the heckin' lighting in the scene is going to work. If only I had if I had had this ready, I would have switched it over to like the work in progress avatar. Just as like a silly little thing. I just noticed your arms and legs also darken slightly and then have a lighter palm. Nope. Whoops. I think it's fair to call Anthro Noodle a silly thing, but little doesn't seem oh, did I call it a silly little thing? I mean, is little compared to this dragon? But can I say, when I do like the hug for this one, I'm so tempted to just have it be like dragon. This is such a bad dragon, but pretend it's not. I don't know what to do with the dragon's arm, so it's just currently on the hip. I can probably put it into like a pocket or something. I want to have the hug because the dragon's height is different. Have it just like... work. Have it actually just kind of use the tail to do a hug. And wrap it around the person. Head tracking. No. No, Sariva. No bad dragon here. I don't know, I want to just draw... Because I was trying to think of, like, how would, actually, dragon might just kind of, like, lean over a bit. Maybe, like, hands on the thighs, kind of. Something like that. Though this is a really bad sketch of it. because I wanted to kind of like brain. If I want to use the Anthro Dragon as a bit like testing out for a bit of like main Sona kind of thing for a little bit, I don't want to just go with a standard hug for the default one. The same way that the Sphinx doesn't have a standard hug. The Sphinx has someone hugging the tail. But I want to do something like that, except more the dragon kind of hugging back with the tail. Makes you think of Nanacat leaving one of the body constructs? Yeah, I can see it. Anyway, back to this. Is there anything else that needs the dark gray? Fingers, horns, the scale outlines. Oh, wait, what? Hold on. Claws of black marks glow according to energy levels. Okay. We can always ramp that up if we need to. STD, : hug, open close parentheses, semicolon. I wish I knew programming better. People over here, it's like, Sierra, you are a programmer. I look at that and I'm just like, I know that's a coding reference. I don't know what it means. Buys online. Why is your other ear not colored in? Past me, what are you doing? STD is how C++ abbreviates the word standard? Okay. What's going on here? Oh. I have made a mistake. Wait. So, get all that. I don't when I'm coloring, I don't normally work with characters that are quite as have like quite a monochrome overall palette. Where Echo is mostly white with grays and just a little bit of blue added. But I'm gonna be doing that with two characters on this one. I'm gonna go get a drink real quick. I am back. It took me a second to realize you were talking about Rust, the programming language. And I'm like... I was very confused why you're like, Rust is nice. I'm like, Rust is typically damaging. But I understand now. I understand the errors of my ways.
What's the threat? We all sell out every day. Might as well be on the winning team. It's business. That's all it is. You still don't get it, do you?
Talking about crab? Not oxidation? Does Rust the game even still exist, or is that one that got abandoned? Because there were several that were like the same type of game at that time. I think like haven't all but one of them kind of died off. Pretty sure it still exists. Is it exist as in you can play it, or as in it's being supported and updated? Google search Rust program language mascot. Do I have to use Google? Any search engine? But also keep using Google as a verb. Get that to the point that it gets genericized. I closed the tab and I saw this again, so I'm showing this off again because it's cute. Just look at that. This was done by Shruby. Just Sierra using the tail as a little goal. Big tail, yep. Are there any Anthro Dragon ones? I don't think I got any Anthro Dragon ones this year. Last year, Shruby drew the Anthro Dragon. Let's see, I got this one. This was drawn by Set Top. Those are the only two Anthro Dragons. I gotta do more art fight. But also, I gotta set up things for the moving funds drive. I don't know what I'm gonna do for that. I think I'm gonna try offering like a few like special types of stream art things. Like maybe like little things like little quick doodles, left-handed doodles, drawing a character quote-unquote blindfolded, where I just won't be able to see what I'm drawing. Stuff like that, maybe. I don't know what to offer for a funding drive, because most artists will just offer like, there's like, oh no, I need money. Let's do like little donation doodle things. That's what I do every week. I want to offer something for it if we hit that. For context for anyone else, we have been informed that the house that we are renting is being sold, so we are looking for a new place very quickly. We got a little over a month to find and secure a new place, but I'm gonna try doing some art streams to try to build up a bit of funds to pay for the cost of the move itself. One big piece where anyone chips in, possibly over a certain amount, can have their character added to the group chat. That's a fun idea. And something I've kind of been saying for years that I've wanted to do. On an unrelated note, this topic does remind me. I do want to start offering a few different variations on also something silly like the Scrunkle Shakes. I gotta come up with something new like that. The Scrunkle Shakes were a thing that I did on the spot. I'm not good at planning those kind of things. Like, Scrunkle Shakes were an accident. But I could try, like, maybe making like a little animated emote template thing. Or just offer some emote. I don't know, emote templates. But yeah, I wanna try offering like different types of in-stream commissions, because getting to color some of the donos from time to time has been a nice change of pace, and I think having different options like that would be nice. So that's something I need to think about. You still love those? Good. Oh, I missed something. Hold on. I missed something in the sketch and in the inks. The heck am I doing? Maybe emotes could be an alternate dono? Yeah, that was a thing in the past. Emotes could be tough in their own right. I do gotta get better at them, but I don't know. I think having more options could be nice, and might be good for people. God, if I had had more time, I would have done something like, I don't know, some sort of thing for the stream itself, where it's like, yeah, if we hit this goal, I'll make this for the stream, or I'll show this for the stream when we hit the goal, kind of like how people will sometimes do for like new VTuber reveals and such. But I don't ever plan on actually switching to like a VTuber, so I did it once for April Fool's Day. I don't know, I wanna... Serby is taking care of a lot of the... Like, Serby's already been on the ball about finding us a place. Serby handles that side of stuff a lot more. I want to try to get some moving funds for us to be... I want to be able to cover the cost of movers and stuff. Because the thing is... I can't lift anything. I won't be able to help move. My adjuster still hasn't gotten back to me about the next step towards the treatment for my back. I am still on a 10-pound, no lifting, twisting, bending, pushing restriction. Depending on how I value them, a physical art stream could be neat. They could, yeah. I just, I don't know. I want to try to figure out something to do without coming across as asking for too much. Like always, I want people to donate money to me for them to get something that is worth what they contribute. That's kind of been my thought process on my stream so far. That's why I let people choose. Well, is why I let people choose like the value or what they pay for donos. Which, admittedly, I've been considering bumping that $25 to $30 just because they have gotten more complex and more detailed and take longer. But I don't know. I'm hesitant to do that. Why is that? Oh, there's... I had people send me money to help me during, like, when my hand was injured. So it feels bad to have to do it for a second time. Why must things line up the way they do? At least at the new place, when we get it. Like, we're looking at getting a permanent place. So hopefully I'll be able to have a more permanent office, and hopefully that'll help me, like, improve the state of the stream. Sorry, I'm kind of rambling. What are you attaching? Oh, you're seeing the colors. Is it grumpy? It is. It is. I don't want to talk about it too much and stuff, and feel like it's something I'm always talking about, but I also feel like I should at least mention it occasionally, so I'll hopefully not mess up that balance too bad. What am I doing? Let's focus back on. The tail, the tail. Good. See how well I can draw a gem. I know the claws and stuff only glow when like there's high energy and stuff. But when they glow on the raft, they look crystalline. That's always just. I don't know why, but I always really liked like gem claws and such. That's why Chris has them. Think of it. Yeah, there's one attack, Chris. I don't even have that image on. These references of Chris are old. Real Jim just like, oh. Thank you, Cap. Here we go. Yeah, Chris has crystal, like, I think if I remember right, they were diamond. But Chris has crystal claws. Like a lot of the translucent stuff I draw, this is also fake transparency. It's all layered on top of it rather than behind it. I wanted more control over the colors. I need to draw Chris more. I like Chris. Oh, Grumpy Transmask Chimera. There was a long time where Chris was my most commissioned character, and I would commission Chris way more than I would commission like a Sierra or something. I have made a mistake. Mistake has been corrected. I see those eyes, Ruru, and I don't know why. That are the eyes at the character or the fact that they have the crystal claws? I feel like that can't be the first time you've seen Chris. Fancy Claws, you just grabby. Fair. Look, I like drawing clubs. And if I ever, I plan to, when I redo the big dragon PNG Trooper 1, I will correctly give the dragon, like, 5-fingered, paws, for lack of a better term. Rather than the, like, 3 that they have. There should be 4 visible, and then, like, the one that goes backwards, that's, like, the thumb. Right now, it's missing one. And seeing as this is one of the, is probably the version of the dragon people see most, I really should fix that. To be completely honest, though, I'm probably just gonna completely reuse the tail animation here. I'll probably keep that. It's disconnected from everything, it'll just work. Color are your eyes. Also, Eko, if you're still there, I just saw on your rough sheet that the character blushes blue. And that is also a trait that I quite enjoy. I don't know why. They're different than normal blushing colors is just something. There's a reason that Sal has a purple blush. I didn't know that you had a, I didn't know that Des had a black blush. Oh! Oh, Foxy! Foxy Full! Thank you for the raid, welcome in! How are you doing today? How did your stream go? Let me give you a shout out. Oh. I think, yeah, Ruru beat me to it. As a cute dragon? The one I'm drawing or the one on the side of the screen? Either way, thank you. Black is on the blush sheet. Or on the rough sheet. Let me take the look. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it there, Des. I thought that was just artistic styling. You could use a blush sheet too. Both dragons are cute. Oh, thank you. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty well. Glancing through. But yes, welcome in everybody. We are working on a commission. We're just kind of chilling and drawing a big dragon here that is hugging a smaller dragon. Well, I guess being hugged by a smaller dragon. We're just kind of working on slowly getting through the colors and such. We are doing everything in our power to avoid working on the background. I don't want to draw the background. Eventually I'll get there and I'll get over that, but for now it's just like nope. pretending it's not there. Well, technically it's not there yet, but pretending it's not on the list of things that I need to do. This building alone took so much energy out of me. I think it came out pretty well. I do not have experience at drawing buildings and such, so it was a learning experience. Hey Foxy, how are you doing? How did your stream go? I need to update that message now that I know that oh no, I'm forgetting the character's name. But she's not a fox, she's like a mix. Whip 3D render so it can remain unfinished. My plan was just to kind of go for like an undetailed kind of thing. Like it's blurry in the distance, kind of like the camera has this plane in focus, but the foreground and background are more blurry and less detailed. That was my plan. If that doesn't work, we can discuss other things, and I'd be down for trying. Need to restart your PC because it's lagging like crazy? No worries. Before you do, I am going to tell you to make sure that you do any self-care after your stream that you need to do. But yes, also I guess do the PC care by restarting it. Had tech issues today. Oh no. I hope they aren't too significant and you're able to get them fixed. Also, I saw a thing. I missed who it was though. Lunathier, thank you so much for the follow. Stream went well. Foxy was working on Pay What You Want sketches and was drawing a poodle. I gotta catch more of the Pay What You Want sketches. I still want to do some with you at some point. Well, Foxy's probably restarting PC at the moment, but yeah, yes, I am happy to discuss any ideas you have for the background that you would like. Me grumping about the background does not mean I'm not going to do my absolute best to make it look proper. And it does not mean that I'm actually upset. I'm just exaggerating it a little bit because it gives me an excuse to work on the characters some more. I have had a fun stream so far. Just trying to adapt to the realization I was starting the background process. In a way, I'm not looking forward to it, but it's really not that big of a deal. This main building here is probably the hardest part, and I've already gotten most of this out of the way. It's fine. Because any foreground buildings, this foreground building that's going to be here, wherever that hacking is, yeah, like this one, these ones here, they're from the top, so there's not much detail. And stuff in the background will kind of be just going to the horizon. I can look up references to get them, and they could be kind of like vague shapes that are not in focus for the camera. It'll be fine. I think as far as the background goes, the only thing that I'm going to need to particularly worry about is going to be the street or whatever Eko ends up standing on. I'll need to make sure that looks good. I might have it be like, I don't think that would be a street. I don't think there's enough space for a street to fit Eko. So maybe it's like a lot that is like an open lot or a park or something. I'll figure that out. We'll make it work. could be a field. Yeah. I got references of different buildings and stuff. I can grab some more, like... I see how they can be combined into... Like, it looks like some apartment buildings even have their own just grassy areas that are kind of mixed in with the parking lot. Like, yeah, this could even just be the parking lot that, or some of a grassy area mixed in with the parking lot. That actually makes sense. I hadn't thought about that. Parking lots exist. You need somewhere to park cars. Yeah. Parking lot, field, park. There's plenty of options. I'll probably sketch out a few different ideas and send them to you and be like, hey, which of these do you like best? The background, I'll just find wherever the horizon line is. Realistically, the horizon line is going to be somewhere around here. Everything above that will just be sky. Everything below that, most of it will probably be blocked by outlines of buildings, just due to how, just looking at the examples I see. I apologize if I made you actually feel bad. I have gotten the hard part out of the way, is what I will say. I do want to add a bit more details to the ceiling, or the roof here, because I know a rooftop will have, like, the AC units and stuff. But again, I'll worry about that in a little bit. That shouldn't be too difficult. Because the rooftop of a, like, hotel or apartment complex like this should have a bit up there. I don't know, I want to make it look good. It's a bit too dark for this eye tone. You, stop resizing the window, please. That felt good? Good. Hope you enjoyed it. That's the wrong button. As I look at this, I realize that I don't think this pupil is quite looking forward far enough. I think it should be more akin to, like, over here. We can fix that. Create a duplicate as a backup. But now I also want to redo the shine. Gonna try to handle a task upstairs. All right. Love how I do eyes. Oh, well, thank you. Hey, I'm very particular about how I do eyes. Yeah, I think that works. Yeah. The problem is just that this one just kind of works better due to where before I work on that. Before I do any more of that, I need to fix this. Oh, I still got the other. Unithir, what are you doing? And I don't remember if I said, but Tangent, thank you for the lurk and good luck with your task. I need to completely redo the shading on this eye. Does that already feel? Oh, cause yeah. That... Also, why did my watch buzz? I'm gonna add one more layer than I normally do here. Because I think the black sclera adds in a bit more right around the edge there. Normally I do the eyes with a light shading, a dark shading, and then the highlight in the around the pupil. I'm added an extra layer of shading there for this one. Hi, Shruby. Whom is this wonderful dragon? This one is this is Eko. And the other dragon here is Des. Come on, hand, give me something good. Me being overly particular about about how my eyes look. For sending you those Seppi forms, you did end up using them. You drew them a fight too. Good. Can you draw all art of yourself with black sclera? Doing good. Doing pretty good. I'm gonna be wrapping up streams. Gonna be wrapping up streams soon. Probably in about 10 minutes. But I'm pretty happy with the progress we've gotten today. And I've had a fun stream. Okay, I shall be going for a little bit longer. Roomba Kitten, thank you so much for the raid. Roomba, how did your stream go? Let me give you... Big Dragon, yes. I gotta beat Rune Rage to the shout out. And Welsh Canadian, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You did art fight. How'd that go? I gotta do more art fight stuff. I really do. I gotta find time for it. Maybe I'll do that after stream today. Do you have... Oh, I forgot to ask Foxy as well. Do you have any art that you would like to share? Or art packs? Got hungry though, gonna go figure out so much. Yeah, go do the self-care. Thank you again for the raid. Everyone, welcome in. For those of you that are new, that came in with either raid, because I forgot to introduce myself for the previous one, I am One Wolves Cry Out. I go by Sierra Aria. I draw comics and such. And right now, we're just working on a commission for Eko and Des. Get that today. Let me see. Oh, actually, yeah. I had your stream up in a tab, so I got to see bits of this. I think when I saw it, you were still putting down the base color, so this got really pretty. Oh, which means I have another tab of my own stream up. I gotta go figure out who to switch it to. You had fun? Good. I'm gonna have to figure out lunch after stream myself. Tip, check the expiration date on your peanut butter jar before having a snack. Oh no, this sounds like you're talking from experience. Are you okay? Grip check, thank you. Hi, Sergio. Had food poisoning? Oh yeah, that's right, you did mention that. I really do hope it... Like, I don't know what the recovery time on something like that is, but I hope it's soon. didn't want to go to work anyway. Hey, Vix. I'm gonna step away real quick. I'll be right back. We'll probably go for another half hour because Roomba rated in so close to it and I was going to end. But yeah, I gotta step away for a moment. Alright, I'm back. Doing a brief glance at as well at who is live for me to raid. Did I forget to make a stream announcement on Discord today? If you're asking that, then probably yes. You only noticed the stream by chance? I think I saw how many people showed up right away, and my brain was just like, okay, yep, people know. I really do gotta set up a thing where I can just have Sammy post the announcement, like type in a thing to Sammy to update the stream and post the announcement at the same time. I don't think the plushie had the orb today, did it? Hey, Skylar. I'm looking at this. That eye highlight looks wrong. Heck. Uh, Dark and you? Thank you for the follow. How you doing today? Let's try this and see how this looks after like when I come back to it. I need to move it back a bit. Am I? Oh, thank you, Vix. I'm gonna be wrapping up. Actually, do real quick. Where's the scales? These are. Actually, we'll just go to the top of the colors. Just some quick. Give it a little bit of less flatness. Oh, welcome back, Eko. Yeah, we're gonna be wrapping up soon, but did you want I wanted to ask, did you want the energy to be high or low? Because I see on your ref sheet that sometimes certain parts are blue versus gray. I want to check. Let me do the stuff. Low energy, okay. So the only glow will be on the horns and the tail, right? Oh, poor What If Big. What If Big has it's not the most visible against the white character. Whoops. I don't know how to shade crystals. I'll have to study that bit. Why are you incorrect? Horns, tails, eyes, especially. Okay. Oh, gremlin time. My little knockoff gremlin has become official. It is even on the Grem Gang site. Where's my pen? There they be. Also, dragon. I think, if I'm completely honest, this picture also contributed a bit to me kind of wanting to try just doing dragon as main for a bit. Because there's another case of just kind of big dragon. This dragon's not even that big here, but just dragon just naturally being part of everything else is not the focus and makes brain happy. Yeah, I want to try something I've not really done before. And take like a... All of these brushes are probably going to be broken because I haven't used them in so long. Go there for a second. Oh. Checking. Not quite what I am looking for. Oh, these are brushes I didn't know were here. I'll have to poke at them later. But for right now, I want to see if I can find some certain textures. I am going to have to go through my brushes again out of the art program, aren't I? That was just... Huh. Gremlin mode can be fun, just gotta use it sparingly. Unless you're Neko. Neko will do everything Neko can to make sure the gremlin stays on screen. Go back here. Just want to kind of try. It was this one, I think. Texture, metal. Oh, I gotta set this to through. It's still not doing what I want it to do. Oh, wait, what? No, it's not working. I wanted to try adding some texture to it, but it's not working. I'll mess around with other brushes later. I pitch shadowing it for a sec. That's odd. That is the first I've heard of that. But I think I'm gonna wrap it up here. I got progress done on deaths. I'm fairly happy with how they are looking so far. I go and turn off the sketch here. That's not the sketch. This is the sketch. This is a straight line here. It's just a straight line. I have to get rid of that later. Thank you, Vex. Hey, I'm just heading to work today after stream, so hopefully it'll be a easy enough day. Saturday is gonna be slow, but there won't be many people there either. So we'll see how staffing versus workload plays out. Not like I can do much to help right now because of the limitations workers' comp has me on. Not allowed to lift anything at a place where our entire job is moving packages. I'm not allowed to lift or push anything. I'm not even allowed to bend. Anyway, let me switch over to the stream ending screen. I'm going to take a look at who is streaming because any of my normal raid targets aren't available at the moment. Let's raid someone new. Oh. Hi, Foxy. Sorry. Yep, we're just ending. We're gonna raid It That Meowed. And those of you that have been here before, you know what to do. Those of you that are new, when we raid out, we don't have a consistent raid message that we use. What we do is everyone is going to use the command Fox rule. It'll give you a random rule that has been made from our community. You're going to copy whichever one the bot gives you. That is going to be your raid message. If you don't like yours, you can always grab another. Thank you everyone for joining today. I hope that you had a wonderful time here. Thank you again to Roomba and Foxyful for the raids. Make sure you do some self-care after stream. Get yourself some food, water, get up and stretch. Be sure to stretch your hands, especially if you've been at the computer for a while. Do self-care. And just, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I will be back. What day is it? It's Saturday. I'll be back on Monday with donation doodles. I can't think of anything else to say. So I'm just gonna wrap it up here. Have a wonderful day, everyone.